A motion to approve the agenda as presented. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We will move into our recognition ceremony now. We have two National Elementary and Secondary Educational Act distinguished schools. The first one is D'Iberville Elementary School in the Harrison County School District.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Cook?
Good morning, Dr. Benton, Ms. Altman, and state board members. It is my honor to present to you the board recognitions for the month of December. Today, we will honor the National Elementary and Secondary Act Distinguished Schools for Mississippi. Each year, the Office of Federal Programs must nominate 2 schools that meet or exceed the Distinguished School Award criteria. These schools must demonstrate exceptional student performance and academic growth for 2 or more consecutive years, demonstrate closure of the achievement gap between student groups for 2 or more consecutive years, and show excellence in serving special populations of students. Only 2 schools per state receive this prestigious honor. Honorees, as I call your names, please join Ms. Altman and Dr. Benton at the front of the room. And representing D'Iberville Elementary School in the Harrison County School District is Principal Melissa Quave. D'Iberville Elementary School is one of 16 elementary schools in the Harrison County School District and serves 750 students in kindergarten through grade 3. The school's goal is to exceed annual growth, which is achieved through high expectations, strategies that foster learning, including differentiated instruction, vertical planning, interventions, parent communication, wellness programs, and the incorporation of technology. D'Iberville Elementary School received 2 National Blue Ribbon Awards, one in 2009 for academic achievement and one in 2020 for closing achievement gaps. Also in 2020, the school received the PREPS Award for growth in both English language arts and math on the state math assessment. And in 2020-21 school year, the school received the Imagination Beacon School Award for exemplifying consistent program usage and best practices in implementation. Congratulations to D'Iberville Elementary School. Ms. Quave, you are welcome to make brief remarks at this time.
We are honored to receive this award. Our faculty, staff, and students, they work extremely hard at achieving the academic goals that we set and growing the students. So, very excited for this award.
Our next honoree representing Pearl Lower Elementary School in the Pearl Public School District is Principal Lauren Bailey.
This is Mary Warner. I have finally joined. Sorry, it's by phone.
Okay. Pearl Lower Elementary School serves 662 kindergarten and first grade students and has been A-rated since 2019. The school has been ranked in the top 20 elementary schools for kindergarten readiness performance for the past 8 years. The school's primary focus includes equipping students with the social, emotional, and academic skills needed to create a solid foundation for their future learning success. Targeted, research-based instruction, including supplemental instruction, inclusion, special scaffolding, and accommodations are used to support the learning needs of all student subgroups. This systems approach is instrumental in the school's overall success. Pearl Lower is committed to extending the knowledge of advanced learners, identifying and addressing deficits, celebrating teacher and student success, and providing an optimal learning atmosphere and opportunity for all students. Congratulations to Pearl Lower Elementary School. Dr. Bailey, you are welcome.
Thank you so much for selecting us for this honor to recognize the outstanding achievements of our EL students. Our success is a combination of hard work from our students, our staff, our parents, and our community. And so on behalf of Pearl, I would like to thank you.
If you're associated with either Pearl or D'Iberville, will you stand, please, and other representatives here from the school district? when we do those recognitions, I'm always so encouraged when there are young principals who come up here and accept these awards, because it shows that we are in good shape down the road with people who've dedicated themselves to providing quality for their students. So we appreciate what you do. Dr. Benton, we're going to turn it over to you for your report.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And I couldn't agree more with that last statement you made, Ms. Altman. Thank you. It's been another busy month at the department with stakeholder meetings across the state and preparing for the start of the upcoming legislative session in January. The first item in this report is really exciting, and it comes from the U.S. Department of Education. After an 18-month application and rigorous peer review process, the U.S. Department of Education has determined that Mississippi's use of the Cambridge International General Certificate of Secondary Education, we call that IGSE, as a locally selected, nationally recognized high school assessment substantially meets the requirements of the Federal Elementary Education and Secondary Act. Now, what does that mean? That means for the 2022-23 school year that the Corinth School District is only required to administer the Cambridge end-of-course assessments for high school end-of-course assessments for English language arts, mathematics, and science. Previously in the Corinth District, they had to administer both our state MAP assessments for end-of-course high school courses and the Cambridge end-of-course assessments. As many of you know, Corinth is one of our very first districts of innovation. They have used the Cambridge curriculum for many years, almost 10 years in fact. And Cambridge is a very rigorous program that aims to improve student performance by developing skills in inquiry, critical thinking, and problem solving. The U.S. Department of Education's approval means that we can include Cambridge assessment scores in our state accountability system for Corinth and any other district in the state that chose to adopt or chooses to adopt the Cambridge program and their related high school assessments. Now, we are working with Corinth and the U.S. Department of Education in the weeks and months ahead to ensure that this allowance that we've been given for the upcoming school term extends beyond that one-year period. It's important to share with you that Mississippi is one of only 4 states that has been approved to administer a locally determined high school end-of-course assessment. I really want to take this time to thank Dr. Paula Vanderford, Dr. Jackie Samsel, members of our TAC team, our technical advisory team, as well as, I don't want to leave anybody out, as well as the U.S. Department of Education and, of course, Dr. Lee Childress and his team in the Corinth School District. This has not been an easy process. Our academic team members have been involved here, and this is not a year-long process. In fact, it extended over probably 2 years, Dr. Vanderford? 4 years. Okay, double that. Double that. So again, it's just huge, and you can see why Mississippi is one of only 4 states nationally to have earned this opportunity. Since we last met, we have concluded as a department our initial visits to the districts that were determined that they would benefit from the support of our newly launched system of support for continuous improvement. We've completed visits in Amite and Wilkerson County, and our continuous improvement strategist that will be working with these districts every 2 weeks. They are on the ground and working in those districts now. And we're hearing really positive reports. Our other recent district and school visits include participation in the Lauderdale County Legislative Luncheon. Ms. Spivey and I attended that, participating in a high school testing pep rally in Perry County, and then a ribbon cutting for Mississippi's first electric school bus at Forest Agricultural High School. That was an exciting event. And then I also had an invitation to visit with the Choctaw Tribal Schools and Chief Cyrus Ben. And they are very appreciative of the partnership that they have with the Mississippi Department of Education and the access to the resources that are free and available to help provide instruction in their schools. We've continued to engage educators and leaders in November and December through meetings of the Teacher Advisory, Principal Advisory, and Superintendent's Advisory. And then I had the honor to speak at the December Mississippi Literacy Association Conference. And there were about 300 teachers from across the state that were attending that. And it was a lot of excitement in the air, as you can imagine. And then a few other engagements was speaking to a group of secondary principals at MCED in Meridian and speaking to a group of teachers at William Carey for their VIP Teacher Academy and then their administrator superintendent's roundtable. And then finally, various representatives from the department had the privilege of attending the Foundation for Excellence in Education's National Summit. And I am proud to share that Mississippi Literacy Directors Kristen Wynn and Laurie Weathersby, who leads the work around dyslexia and intervention services, they both presented to leaders from across the nation during that time in breakout sessions, and the feedback was incredible about what is taking place in our state in terms of literacy and early childhood. So it was a great day to get a pat on the back from policymakers from around the nation, as well as practitioners and advocates for advancing positive outcomes for students. And that concludes my remarks, Ms. Altman and members of the board.
Good. The board and I, for the last several weeks, of course, have been working on the process of selecting a new state superintendent. And on the 21st of November, we met and had an extensive interview with our candidate, who was Dr. Robert Taylor. And he has accepted the job and will be here on January the 16th. He is finishing up his work and will be with us at our board meeting in January, which I think is the 19th. Since the 21st, Dr. Gavin, Sonia Amos, Erin Meyer, and I have worked on a transition plan to make sure that we're doing everything correctly, dotting our I's and crossing our T's, and doing all that we need to do to get him here and to have a seamless transition from one administration to the other, and we look forward to having him with us. I think you'll find him to be very knowledgeable. You'll find him to be very personable, an easy personality, and someone we think that will be a real asset to our state. One of the things we were most impressed with was the work he has done with low-performing school districts. And, of course, that's been one of our concerns all along, so we're looking forward to working with him on that. The other thing we want to thank, these meetings don't just happen, and especially since we don't have a home, we kind of travel around, and we do live streams. Obviously, this meeting is being live streamed, and sometimes our board members can't be here, so there's all the process of getting them connected. And so the people from OTSS, which is the infrastructure department, Jonathan Sanders, Gary Ragsdale, Chase Caldwell, and Tamala Matthews keep us all connected. They bring all these cords and cables and microphones and all this stuff in every month for our meetings, and it's an effort. It's really a real effort, and we thank y'all for what you do. We come here and sit down, and they have started working yesterday afternoon to be able to get things up and running. And then when we sit down, most of the time we're saying, come help us get on this computer. It's not working. So we appreciate you all and what you do for us every week, every month, I should say. Today is Dr. Karen Elam's last board meeting, and we are sad to say goodbye to her. But Dr. Elam, if you want to come up, we have a resolution here for you that is quite lengthy. I think once we finish this, you'll see how truly outstanding Dr. Elam is. She has been a real asset to this board, but that being an asset's not new to her. Whereas former Governor Phil Bryant appointed Dr. Karen Elam to the Mississippi State Board of Education to serve a term beginning in 2015 as the 3rd Supreme Court District Representative, and whereas Dr. Elam's service on the Board of Education helped guide the board's strategic plan and prioritize the development of effective teachers and leaders and school and district improvement, she led the effort to establish a dedicated goal for school and district accountability, which helped increase the proportion of schools and districts earning a C or higher from less than 2/3 to more than 80%. And whereas Dr. Elam chaired the board's Teaching and Leading Subcommittee, which oversaw initiatives to attract and retain highly qualified teachers and leaders. She also chaired the Academic Achievement Pre-K to 12 Subcommittee from 2015 to 2018, served as a member on that committee since October of 2019, and served on the Legislative Subcommittee. And whereas Dr. Elam, a Purdue University graduate who earned a Master of Science degree from Michigan State University and a PhD from the University of Missouri, and earned the Distinguished Alumni Award, Outstanding Alumni Award, and Citation of Merit from each respective institutions of higher learning. And whereas Dr. Elam devoted her early career to higher education as an assistant professor of food service and human nutrition at Michigan State University and as an associate professor of human nutrition, foods, and food systems management at the University of Missouri-Columbia. And whereas Dr. Elam worked in senior leadership positions at Nabisco Incorporated, where she formulated policies on nutrition, health, and food safety, and represented scientific policy positions to government, industry, associations, and health professionals. And whereas Dr. Elam later led a consulting firm that represented a food and drug ingredient industry association on regulatory issues and provided guidance to industry association on crisis communications and management. Whereas Dr. Elam employed her leadership skills to better her community, state, and nation through years of service to the Herbert J. Davenport Society at the University of Missouri, the Beaumont Tower Society at Michigan State University, the Lafayette County Republican Women, the National Republican Convention Delegation, the Mississippi Republican Executive Committee, the Lafayette County Republican Executive Committee, and the Mississippi Charter School Authorizer Board as a founding member. And whereas Dr. Elam has brought a dedication and commitment to her role on the State Board of Education to make sure Mississippi's public schools are always improving and children receive the education they deserve. She has drawn upon her educational and business experiences to thoughtfully consider all matters before the board and make decisions in the best interest of students across the state of Mississippi. Now, therefore, it be resolved that on this, the 15th day of December, 2022, the Mississippi State Board of Education recognizes Dr. Karen Elam for her contributions to the Mississippi State Board of Education and to the advancement of public education in the state of Mississippi. So.
It has been both a pleasure and an honor to serve on this board for the last 9 years. In
Here we go.
oh, sorry.
Shall I start again? Yeah.
Okay, it's been a real pleasure and honor to serve on this board for the last 9 years. About last October, a year ago last October, Governor Reeves suggested that I serve a second term. And I said yes immediately because I wanted to assist Mrs. Altman, our fantastic chairperson, in acclimating the, at that time, 7 relatively new board members. And I wanted to be assured that Dr. Wright and the MDE staff's many education programs across the state would continue to flourish. I now feel assured that the current board is ready to successfully lead and support the MDE staff and its many programs such that the board strategic plan will be fulfilled, I hope, in the not-too-distant future. I commend all of you board members for so sincerely taking on this and serving in this capacity. Thus, I feel it is time for me to step aside and allow someone else the opportunity to serve. Dr. Wright was a superb state superintendent, and her leadership yielded many significant advances in Mississippi public education. I want to thank Dr. Benton for taking on this leadership role, and in doing so with such compassion and understanding. It's a job well done, Dr. Benton. My mouth has gotten so dry. Yeah, please. Sorry, take yours. Sorry about that, but I have a few more things I want to say. As one of my final duties on the board, I assisted in the identifying and hiring of the next state superintendent, Dr. Taylor. I want you to know that I have the utmost confidence that Dr. Taylor will be serving this leadership role in a great, with a great deal of understanding. And I feel certain that he will help to continue the advances in Mississippi public education in the many years to follow. And speaking of the MDE staff, I can't think of a harder working, more dedicated group of individuals than you are. I want to particularly recognize Sonia and her staff for all the support that she and her staff have given this board and have always responded to any requests of the board, and I have to add, always done so with a smile. And then, of course, I really couldn't skip over Tamala. Unfortunately, she's not here today, but she has been suffering through my technology deficiencies so long, and I want to extend a true thank you to her for her unending patience. And Jonathan, I hope you will tell Tamala that, please. I have, during the past 9 years, had the opportunity to work closely with the staff in the academic achievement area, and then more recently in the Office of Teaching and Leading. And at each encounter with all of these staffs, I have been more and more and more impressed. They are truly working in the best interest of all Mississippi students, teachers, and administrators. And I thank all of you for all your very hard and dedicated work. And then with my final words, I would like to thank my husband and chauffeur, Dr. Rick, who Sonia is so fondly calls him whenever she speaks about him or encounters him. I want to thank him for his unending amount of support for me during my career and my service on this board. Thank you.
Dr. Rick, now that everybody sits down, we want you to keep standing so that we can see you. Dr. Rick, as we call him, is a retired professor at the University of Mississippi in the accounting department. And he has been a good support and a good guy to come down here and kill time while while Dr. Elam's in the meetings. But we appreciate you and we thank you for what you've done to help Dr. Elam along the way. One of the benefits of serving on this board is you get to know people you would have never otherwise come in contact with possibly. And we've made a lot of new friends along the way, and we appreciate what Dr. Elam's done. We're going to miss her. She always was well prepared. She always asked piercing and probing questions when they were needed, and she has really been an asset, and we're going to miss you. But we know your feet won't hit the ground very long. You'll be off to somewhere soon. So we look forward, though, to hearing about your travels and keeping up with you. So thank you so much for your service. Micah is with us today. Micah has just returned from Washington. She's kind of got a little jet lag, and she's just finished her semester. And next month, we want her report to be on your middle college and your experience in middle college. She's just finished that, and so we look forward to hearing about that experience next month. Our other report today is from Charlie. Charlie Frugier has sent his report via the internet, so if we can pull him up and let him give his report. Well, it's coming up. Charlie's going to speak on accessibility and education through health and wellness.
Hello, Board. Hello, Board. Happy holidays to you all. I hope everyone is staying warm and has plans to see family during our upcoming break. I got to spend Thanksgiving break back in Oxford and was very thankful to see friends and family. While I was home, I talked with my peers and some community leaders about education policy and general developments in the Oxford School District. The most memorable was the conversation I had with my state senator, Ms. Nicole Atkins Boyd, and I asked her what needs to be talked about more in the educational community. And she said accessibility. Now, I could have taken this in a million different ways. There are plenty of groups that lack accessibility in education. Later in the week, though, there were major hearings in the state legislature on Medicaid and Medicare. And this is where I decided I would speak on accessibility in education through health and wellness today. I'll give a general background on health and education, and then I can't wait to tell y'all what Oxford is doing with the issue. Education and health are inextricably tied. The first way this works is how one's education affects his or her health. Those with higher levels of education will have higher incomes and will have jobs that provide insurance. They will be able to afford healthier foods. They'll have more time to exercise and cook healthy food. Alternatively, those with lower incomes who generally don't have a high degree of education won't be insured at the same rates. They won't have as much free time to exercise. They can't afford the same nutritious foods. Also, higher educated people will have a general knowledge of nutrition. They will understand their health needs and general wellness. They also have a steady access to physicians or nutritionists if they need one. The reverse of this relationship is health's effect on education. One of the common discussions on education policy at my house is around Maslows' hierarchy of needs. My mom helps run an organization in Oxford that feeds hungry students in the Oxford and Lafayette school districts, and she always references taking care of the most basic needs before learning can take place. For those of you unfamiliar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it's an idea in psychology by Abraham Maslow that outlines both deficiency needs and growth needs, often drawn in the shape of a pyramid. At the bottom of the pyramid are the deficiency needs, those that are most basic and necessary. These are things like food, water, sleep, and health. Once these needs are addressed, the individual can begin to grow, especially in an educational sense. The higher part of the pyramid is what we encourage in public schools, things like curiosity, creativity, and development of talents and abilities. I say all this to make the point that the most basic needs must be met for our students to grow. When a student's health is not addressed, the student cannot learn or prosper in our system. An example of this would be a student with untreated depression or anxiety, suffering in his or her classes. This is the reverse effect of the relationship, where health dictates education. Now, on to how Oxford is addressing this problem of accessibility of healthcare in education. In mid-October, Oxford opened our brand new Charger Health and Wellness Primary Care Clinic, or CHW for short. The CHW is a partnership with North Mississippi Primary Health Clinics, a nonprofit community health organization. The CHW is a school-based health clinic serving Oxford School District students and staff. The clinic handles everything from vaccinations to physicals and well child visits. The best part is, it is completely free of cost for our students. The CHW does accept insurance as well, and has services that will help students apply for insurance. Regardless of insurance status, though, any student can receive health services free of cost. The school district also can coordinate transportation to the CHW if needed. The CHW directly addresses the problems I just listed in the accessibility of education in regards to healthcare. They offer nutrition counseling. They offer chronic disease management. They offer mental health services. I cannot stress enough how great this is for my community and how effective this is at closing the gap of accessibility in health. I know healthcare is a heated issue in Mississippi in regards to party position. Regardless of party, though, we can agree it is a great thing that all our students can receive quality health services free of charge. Whether it be through Love Packs and supplementing food for low-income students, or opening free of charge health clinics for all students, regardless of insurance status, Oxford is trying to meet our students' basic needs. If Mississippi can meet the basic needs of our students, then they can start reaching towards growth needs in the classroom. Our society will be better educated if we close the accessibility gap in health and wellness. Thank you all, and I look forward to reporting virtually one final time in January. Thank you.
Okay. He has tapped into something there that we sometimes forget, and that's how many children we have that are food deprived, who have other issues that, and I'm always amazed when I hear around the community, around the state, how many communities are stepping up to help provide food for students on the weekend and across the summers. And as he said, that's one of the very basic things that a child has to have before they can learn. So we appreciate knowing what Oxford is doing and how they are stepping up in their community to try to address those needs. All right, Mr. East, would you like to report on your subcommittee, the pre-K early childhood?
Ms. Altman. However, we got discombobulated yesterday, so you've got some great things on the board agenda we need to approve going forward. But thanks for the committee for meeting yesterday and for Dr. Elam making it, but Matt and I got sidetracked at the last minute for various reasons. So,
I think several had dealt with weather yesterday and weren't able to carry out what they, I heard Matt saying he spent time shut up in a room in his office with the tornadoes and
And a flood.
And a flood? Oh. Dr. Benton's family experienced tornadoes yesterday afternoon, so the weather discombobulated a lot of things yesterday, so we'll cover those as we go through the agenda. All right, our first item on the agenda is an informational item, and this is progress on our state board's strategic plan. Dr. Benton is going to take us through this.
I am, with a little help of, I think, Jean, are you going to work the slide? Oh, okay, with a little help of my friend, clicking the slide. Board members, at your place, you will find a blue folder, and in that board folder, you actually have a copy of the slide deck that we'll be walking through today, as well as some additional information, because there's so much good news, there was no way to capture it all in a slide deck. And Dr. Elam, thank you for acknowledging the work of the staff, because I am appreciative of the opportunity to get to provide the annual report for the strategic plan, our progress. I remember when we first started working and crafting that when Dr. Wright arrived, and in around, I think it was about 2014, Dr. Elam and Ms. Altman, we were looking at how to really design a plan that would be enduring and focused on the right things to advance progress for Mississippi students. And I think as I share with you today, you will see that that's what is occurring. The State Board Strategic Plan provides that roadmap for continuously improving public education in Mississippi. And foundational to that is our vision, where we're focused on providing a world-class educational system that equips not some students in Mississippi, but each and every student in Mississippi to flourish while in school, but then to be prepared for what comes next and be productive citizens in our state. The State Board and the Department of Ed actualize this vision through the development of strong policies meant to advance the 6 goals that you see here. And as you see, we are very intentional in advancing equity with the emphasis on all, every, and each that you see reflected in bold there within those 6 goals. Today's presentation will provide the update for the 2020-2021 school term, as well it'll reflect the work of staff members within the department, but more importantly, it's going to lift out the work of superintendents like Mr. Chisholm and others, and the teachers and principals that you saw recognized earlier today. So, 9 years ago, where were we? Not where we wanted to be, it's certainly not yet. And as you see that reflected here, Mississippi, 9 years ago, we were 50th in the nation. Our NAEP scores were stagnant at best and definitely below other states in the nation. And there was a word coined in education and political circles of honesty gap. We had an honesty gap. Our state results said that our students were doing okay, but our NAEP results told a different story. So that was 9 years ago. Fast forward, and what do you see now? Nationally, we have a rating of C on the rigorous quality counts measure. We've moved from 50th to 35th. I should be seeing smiles right now. Okay. Moved from 50th to 35th. Our NAEP scores are recognized as we are closing gaps nationally and continuing to move the needle on outcomes. In fact, we've been recognized for 3 consecutive years of being number 2 in closing gaps and for growth of our students. When you look at this slide, now some of these slides you will have seen before, but it's important as the year closes that we take a look back at where we've been, where we are now, and more importantly, where we're headed. When you look at the NAEP 10-year trend, you see that in reading and math in 4th grade, we are almost at the national measure. 8th grade, we still have some work to do, but we've held steady while many, many other states have declined. And this is one of my favorite slides, and you should love it too. Look at first place there. When you look at the trend data in terms of gains over multiple years, we as a state have much to celebrate. We are first in 4th grade, first in the nation for a 10-year period in 4th grade math and reading improvement, 3rd for 8th grade math, and 7th for 8th grade reading. Another way to look at this, on the next slide, the slide that you see here, you can see that we are one of only 4 states that have been recognized for maintaining and closing achievement gaps for our economically disadvantaged students. That's huge in a state that has such high level of poverty. And you saw that recognized today in our distinguished schools as both principals referenced closing the gaps. Over the past year, we have continued to accelerate efforts to mitigate for the disruptions in learning associated with COVID-19 and the pandemic. Our ESSER investments have been critical to that response. So let's take a look at a few of those. In terms of telehealth, we have invested $17.6 million of those federal funds that came in. The University of Mississippi Medical Center is a wonderful partner. We are active in 41 districts serving, look at those numbers there, 233 schools, and more importantly, over 100,000 students. And by the end of this year, we will be serving 100 different districts. Safety, we're proud to report that $14 million investment in 135 districts. We have installed surveillance cameras. We've mapped out a detailed campus map for first responders to have in the event of a crisis, and we are ready. Our schools are ready, and the safety of our students has definitely been enhanced. In terms of learning, that has certainly been an area of focus with an investment of $35 million there. You see on-demand tutoring. Dr. Davis tells me, gives me weekly updates, and it's so exciting that 350,000 students in grades 3 through 12 have the benefit of this service whenever they need it. They may not need it yesterday, but they may need it in the future, and it's there for them. And not only are our students benefiting, our professional development is available for teachers. You see there those numbers reflected of how many teachers are making use of this. And Mr. East, we continue to be impressed with the way that Gulfport has used those essay features. And actually, we've used that as an example to share out with other districts, and they've latched hold of that same idea. And that's helping our teachers that are on the front lines every day in those secondary classrooms. As you look at this next one, college and career readiness, that platform is in place. We have 120 districts that are taking advantage of that. Not only are they able to have the functionality of providing e-transcripts, but they also are able to manage those individual student success plans. And those are really important. Those individual student success plans are not just a piece of paper. It's actually the roadmap of what courses students will need to take to be on that trajectory to accomplish each of those 6 goals. It's really important. And you see there the numbers of how many have already been put in place in 6 months, over 11,000. To me, that's pretty impressive. That says a lot about what's happening in classrooms and in counselor's office. Our online resources, sometimes you hear these referred to as digital subscriptions. Well, what this does is provide access to every educator in the state of Mississippi to high-quality instructional material. That means those materials, they can rest assured that they align to the college and career ready standards of our state. And you see the numbers here of our districts that have elected to participate in that. And you might be saying, gosh, that's not all of them. Why would they not? That's because some of our districts already took advantage of that in their individual districts. This is exciting to see. Our teacher residency program, we're working to address those teacher shortages. And we have 5 universities. It started with the Kellogg grant, and now we were able to use ESSER funds to continue that work with an investment of over $9 million. 200 candidates will be completing their teaching degree, and we already have had our first graduates of that in our Mississippi classrooms. The call center, I know Dr. Murphy's smiling big somewhere on that back row. I see him and Dr. Vanderford because with the investment has certainly yielded positive results. Just with our availability to educators across the state, you'll see in a moment how many licenses they process. It's incredible to be able to reach somebody immediately on the phone and try to get that moving forward. We also have an investment in a new licensure portal where teachers can upload their license, renew their license, and so many other things there. And MSIS 2.0, you heard just last month, I believe it was, from Mr. Craman and his team about the great progress there. So as you can see with our federal funds, we have used them to advance the mission of the State Board in the strategic plan. Some other things specifically to our goals. As we take a look at goal number 1, in terms of literacy, I'm not going to read everything on the slide. I know you can read that, but I do want to highlight some of the great things taking place. First, with literacy, our professional development continues to touch many, many teachers. You see last year alone, over 1,400 pre-K through 3 teachers were touched. Our exemplary elementary schools that we started recognizing 2 years ago, we were able to identify 7 more of those. And then just look at the regional family learning nights that we have been able to host. Over 2,000 attendees just this fall alone. Also, we know that the pandemic did disrupt learning for our students. And our children that were in 3rd grade at the time, or even earlier grades, they have a ways to catch up. We see positive gains, but we still know there are things that we can't see. We know that children are moving through that need additional supports. Therefore, we have really ramped up our supports for middle school literacy professional learning, as you see here, what that looks like. Our AIM pathway, science of reading training continues to just be polished. And as you can see you may not know this, it may come a little bit later, but we have over 21 states that are saying, what are you doing? What programs are you using? What resources have you developed? Can you share them? And what our answer is there? Absolutely, absolutely. So as we move to the next slide, in terms of teacher, counselor, and administrative support, our professional development catalog has been aligned to the professional growth system. We're really excited about that because that lets principals, superintendents, teachers know that if I go to this training, it'll help me get better in this area, which also supports how I'm evaluated at the end of the year. They're able to see that connection. Dr. Smith and her team have worked really hard with procurement, and we were able to award grants to 18 schools to purchase high-quality instructional materials. And as staff members, as we've gone around the state, we are seeing those materials in classrooms. Teachers are excited about them, and they want us to see how they're using them. So that's certainly important. Our digital learning coaches, I don't know what we would do without them, especially as the pandemic hit. We needed to be able to put devices in hands, but we also needed people to know what to do with those devices. And there come our literacy coaches. So we're very grateful for that work. We've hosted digital teacher academies throughout the state, and you can see the numbers here of just the incredible participation. And not only are they learning expanding their skills, they're also earning certifications to teach others. So we're building that capacity that will continue. So that's very important. And here you see our coaching supports. And I know you've heard Ms. Dr. Wright, when she was here many times, lift out the value of the coaching to our success recipe, if you will. And you can see here that we have coaches in digital learning, literacy, and special education. And that one I want to really punctuate, and I see Sharon nodding in the back, because it's not general education here and special education over here. It's all hands on deck working together to make sure that we're advancing literacy for each and every student. Our early childhood coaches, that number says 11 today. It will increase threefold over the next few months. We're really excited about that. Mathematics, a brand new initiative. You'll learn even more about that next month. A little teaser on that one. And our school improvement coaches. So coaches are wonderful. And let me tell you why. They go walk alongside teachers in classrooms. Really, really important. In terms of special education has been very intentional to individualize and personalize their training for district leaders, directors, and educators. And you can see here that they're doing that through virtual office hours. And look at the large number of technical assistant, either visits, calls, or professional development sessions that was held in the last year alone. This slide you've seen once, but it's certainly worth seeing again because it communicates the progress of our third graders and the resilience of our students and educators across Mississippi in meeting high expectations that you have put forth as a board, and they're on the move, as you can see here. Again, this slide, familiar to you, but worth another look as we close out the year with an emphasis on that green bar. You can see that Mississippi students not only rebounded from the gold bar where we were pre-pandemic, reaching that, but exceeding that in English language arts, mathematics, and as you see on the next slide, the trend continued in science and U.S. history. This slide is just another way to look at our progress, and it's a lot here, but I want you to see the green. If you just focus on the last column there, that green represents progress despite all that came along with the disruptions in learning with pandemic. With the pandemic, we accelerated learning outcomes for boys and girls across this great state. We are proud of our progress and growth in students, and we are particularly proud of our ability to close gaps. And you see here the progress of our African American students having the greatest growth in closing those gaps. Goal 2, every student graduates from high school and is ready for college and career. So what key actions have we engaged in? We've expanded implementation of our career academies. Those are just sprouting up all across the state. Our secondary administrators love them, but the ones that love them the most are our students. They are engaged and eager to learn and accomplishing great things in those academies. We've expanded our opportunities for more industry certifications that are recognized by business and industry, and we're extremely proud of that and will continue to emphasize that in the new year. And we've advanced our advanced coursework. We also, you'll hear more about this in the next item, but we've spent a very extensive amount of time engaged with stakeholders to revise our social studies standards. We're quite proud of that work, but again, you will hear more about that. And it's not our work, it reflects the work, as you see here, of a number of educators who were engaged in that piece. I spoke a little bit earlier about the individual student success plans of students. Districts of innovation. You also have an item you'll hear about with that, and we renewed 2 districts that you see here, Boonville and Grenada, and as you'll see on the next slide, we added additional ones. We are so proud of the initiative taken by Pascagoula-Goshen, Starkville-Oktibbeha, the Mississippi School for Mathematics and Science, and the Mississippi School for the Arts being approved for new districts of innovation, and you have some others to consider a little bit later today. Our work-based learning guidebook, that came to you early last year, probably about February, March. Our work there to include more work-based learning in our outcomes for our career and technical programs. That was a huge lift, and we're very proud of that work because, again, it helps us build those strong partnerships with business and industry. Speaking of which, look at the last bullet, and I won't read all of those, but you can see that quite impressive, the leaders. And this is just a handful. We have so many more that we're working with. We've developed and distributed resources for parents in not just Spanish, but multiple languages, as you see here. And that we're most proud of, because not only do we want to open up opportunities for every student, we need their parents behind us. And one way to do that is to make things accessible to them. That's really incredibly important. And you see here that we have a number of resources developed to support that in the second bullet. The third bullet, last year, one thing that we heard repeatedly from stakeholders was related to the mental health supports needed in schools. And I see head nods across the room. And so our secondary team worked really hard to make sure that we did that in concert with mental health professionals at UMMC and throughout the state, and we provided the What's in Your Box training, and we're continuing to support that into this upcoming year as well. We have trained, you see here, a number of counselors and through their association with our social emotional learning standards. And again, I'm not going to read all these numbers to you, but the numbers are there for a reason too. We're just not going to tell you what we're doing. We want evidence behind it to show that the impact is incredible for the investment from the legislature and federally. You see the number of attendees in the different web-based learnings, the monthly newsletters that have been provided. And then the last bullet, we included our school attendance officers. They get to interface with many different individuals in districts, and we have invested in providing them training to make sure that they have all the information, the most current information, to really improve attendance rates across the state and to reduce dropout rates. We've graduated, and you saw a feature on this, I think, 2 months ago in the meeting, again, Pearl, where we recognized our first group of graduates of students with significant cognitive disabilities earning that alternate diploma. And our computer science strategic plan you approved earlier this year in the spring. So we're excited about that. Just another way to see it reflected in numbers. You see what's happening to graduation rate, highest it's ever been. And you see the dropout rate declining, things moving in the right direction. And we do know that as our waivers expire, that we may see some movement in that, but we're also confident in what our educators across the state do each and every day to intervene for students. So we are optimistic that that trend will continue as these previous trends have. ACT scores, the pencils tell the story. You see them moving in the right direction, and you see the improvements made there with our 2022 graduating class subscore, super score being at 20.7. Our dual credit numbers on this slide, you see steadily increasing with 94.6 of our students passing these courses and earning college credit. Parents appreciate this too, because that saves them money. As students enter college with already, that choose to enter college already have those course credits under their belt. Our advanced program of study with IGSE, you've heard that feature today as we talked about Cambridge, advanced placement, and our international baccalaureate numbers have improved by a percentage point. The AP slide, again, if I can draw your attention to the very last column, what that tells us in those different colored blue bars is that the number of AP tests taken has increased, the number of AP students has increased, and the number of AP tests taken earning college credit has increased. All indicators moving in the positive direction. Now this slide is a new slide, and you might say, uh-oh, what's happening here? We had some things that changed on us with the completion of CTE concentrators. With the passage of Perkins 5, the definitions changed. So this is a brand new metric that we will now be tracking on. CTE concentrators replaces the term completers that was in place. And so what a concentrator is a student, as you see here, who takes at least 2 courses in the same field of study. So we saw some bounce with that during COVID when students either couldn't get started back, the community college schedule was a little bit different as terms of the terms and entry with dual credit, but we are looking for that to level out. And so this upcoming year, when you look at this report in 22-23, you'll have a different metric to look at there. All right, goal 3. Great things continue to happen in early childhood. As you see here, we continue to be one of only 5 states in the nation to meet the rigorous standards of NEAR. This board, you approved the board items that came to you over the past year, and you, through your vote, increased the number of early learning collaboratives from 11 to 35. And that's a huge testament to the work of the early childhood team, department, and the generosity of our legislators in continuously funding that appropriation. Dr. Jill Den and her team, you see here how many classrooms they've touched. If you add those numbers together, that's 184 classrooms last year. They continue to push in supports there through those coaches. We've expanded to 38 throughout this past year, and you can see there the numbers that reflect just the touches, if you will, through face-to-face or on-demand tutoring. We did do that so that folks could watch it at their convenience. If it's in the summer, if it's in the evening, whatever works for them, it's not one size fits all. We want to differentiate and give them multiple on-ramps to this quality program. Our programming, family engagement. We have a transition toolkit, and as I spoke with our Head Start partners, they were very appreciative of this as well, because again, that's an example of good resources being picked up and used by others because they find value in them. So we're excited about that. The family guide, as you see here, and the many activities meant to support families, caregivers, those that are working with the students, their children at home, because we want them equipped with the tools that they need. Our return on investment, as you see on this next slide, our early learning collaborative students continue to outperform in terms of readiness. age mates who are also in other programs, be that title funded, blended program, locally funded. And let me tell you why we think that is. Because of the supports that go along with the early learning collaboratives, those additional coaches, the quality materials, the additional training that they have. Great things are happening in all of our early learning programs, but the early learning collaboratives have more access to those opportunities. Well, they're going fast now. Faster and faster. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm talking pretty fast now, so stay tuned.
That's not intentional.
Woo, okay. Thank you, Ms. Altman, because it's a great story to tell. And that's a great segue for me to say, it starts with our earliest learners. And without that solid start, we won't get to those positive outcomes that I talked about with business and industry. So here you have our kindergarten readiness. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out to you that we have made progress. Every year, the year to year, you can see where our children come into school and where they exit. Incredible work taking place in kindergarten classrooms. But I want you to know, in kindergarten, we are still about 8% behind at entry when the children come in, so that tells me that pandemic is still working its way through and the great impact that it had on our little ones. So if you think about it, that were 2, 3, 4-year-olds when they didn't have access maybe to childcare, or they were in homes they just couldn't get out as much. So all that's impacting, but we see positive gains from year to year. In terms of our percentage of children with disabilities in general education programs, you see here that had been on the uptick, but we also saw a bobble there, a little decline, and there's lots of reasons for that. Some of our most vulnerable children with disabilities, their families were very hesitant to put them in that social setting, and we understand that. But we are, at this point where we are today, seeing that increase there. But there's a definite reason behind it. So we do want to keep our eyes on our youngest learners. As you look at this next slide, it kind of seems logical. If you increased the number of early learning collaboratives from 11 to 35 in 1 year, you would be touching more classrooms, as you see here. And this is just a nice depiction. And I know you cannot read all those little things, but I bet you can distinguish the red color. And what that says to us is that across the state of Mississippi, you can see districts, communities really taking advantage of the funds available with early learning collaboratives, where 94.4% of our collaboratives meet the required readiness standard every year. And the new influx of money that was appropriated last spring, we have 11 new pre-K programs that you approved last month, so it's terrific. In Goal 4, we've established a framework for the Mississippi Educator Career Continuum Archive. That's a lot. So we call that the MECA system. And again, you saw that highlighted in Mr. Craman's remarks briefly last month. But that will replace the ELM system, which will provide a comprehensive educator workforce information system. In fact, we will be transitioning to that in January. So we stay tuned for more of that. I referenced earlier, and you can see the interconnectivity of all of these goals, how nothing is a silo. They all relate to each other, but I mentioned how many licenses are approved on an annual basis. If you add all those numbers together, you have almost 13,000, 12,700 to be exact, license of some sort that have been approved in a 1-year period through the Office of Licensure. That's a lot. We've conducted the educator shortage survey with every district participating, 100% participation. We had over 6,700 teachers respond to the teacher retention survey that you saw the results of a few months back. And then we've continued to provide professional development on specially designed instruction, another example of blending our supports through special education and general education. A lot of times we'll use that term inclusive practice to define that. What else is going on there in teacher licensure in that particular area? We've partnered with our 6 recess distributed across the state to provide training on our professional growth system. And just this fall alone, over 633 educators participated in that. And look at their performance rating in terms of the value of the training. 98% thought it was very helpful and improved their competency. We're excited about that last bullet, and you will hear much more about that in the spring, but we are redesigning the Orientation to School Leadership Program initiative. I don't want to get into a lot of details, but what I will tell you about this is that it's been overdue. So glad that we're here at this point, and it's not just Dr. Benton idea. We're hearing that from principals, superintendents, anyone that's been participating, university professors. They all are very appreciative of us taking the lead and refining this area. So, let's see where we are. We've engaged with multiple national groups. I won't name all of these here, but I think if you know anything about these organizations, you will know these partnerships have yielded great things for the department, but they are also highly valued organizations across the nation. Okay, this one is very small for you to be able to read, so let me just share some of the outcomes there. What I want you to know is that our districts are reporting outcomes related to the professional growth system. That is a requirement, and you can see there on the first line that we have large percentages, almost 100% that are presented there. You can see that the number of teachers entering the profession in terms of diversity is, if I can draw your attention to the last 3, that we have increases there. Where we do have a decrease, and one we want to keep focused on, as you're increasing the number of teachers in the field, we're also in some ways increasing the lack of experience. So we have more teachers entering with 1 to 3 years of experience. But we have strong mentorship programs in place and a new toolkit to help folks in that area. Okay, goal 5. Stay tuned. This one's important too. Good things happening in terms of data. We have gathered feedback through sessions in our 10 pilot districts. We've used that to adjust so that our system is agile and nimble as we are designing MSIS 2.0. We've surveyed all our districts about what they currently use, and now that's really important because we want the 2 systems to be able to talk to one another. We don't want to create something that causes a back-end problem to districts. So Mr. Kramer and that entire team have been very thoughtful in that process. And we share the word about where we are with progressing toward full implementation every chance we can get, as you see in that 3rd bullet, to many, many different audiences. Our security training, I want to draw attention to that because we are really seeing a return on investment with that. MDE staff members participate in a monthly required training. It takes about 20 minutes to participate, and you had to drag some of us there starting initially, to sit down and be disciplined enough to complete that. But just last month alone, we found it protected us from a breach. It protected an individual personally, and it protected our system. So we know it's really important, and we're really proud of that. And the data dictionary, I want to emphasize that. It sounds like not too exciting, but it's really exciting because that means we all are internally and then we externally will use the same term and define it the same way. That's important to consistency within the agency. In terms of outcomes here, I'll draw your attention to the 2nd bullet that OTSS has provided over 100 trainings with over 2,000 participants in the past year. That's a lot. So we're really impressed and appreciative of that reach. At our final goal, Dr. Elam, I'm so glad we get to share this good news today because this is a goal that I know is near and dear to your heart, and we thank you for your leadership several years ago in making that a priority and really lifting this out. So where are we? We launched the system of support for persistently failing districts that you've heard several times mentioned. Our continuous improvement strategists are on the ground and working. We hosted convenings for leadership for newly identified, federally identified schools, and to provide them support related to instruction. How do we change outcomes so we get to where we want to be in terms of accountability scores and improvements in proficiency? And we've done that through face-to-face as well as virtual. And we're supporting our novice federal programs directors, and that's a cross-office collaboration. As you look at this next slide, Dr. Robertson and her team, we provided 51 professional learning sessions, virtual office hours, and you'll see that that's something that's really taken root that came out of the pandemic that we've continued because schools like it, and that means one call and I can speak to someone and tune in and be part of a network and collaboration and learn from one another. This second bullet, Mississippi is leading in the nation here. Mississippi is leading in the nation with our work with Edunomics Lab to look at how we are taking our allocation for school improvement and then translating that to meaningful actions. You know, what are we doing? How are we spending our money to be responsible stewards, and then how does that lead to an outcome? And you'll hear in just a moment about the new guidelines for our community engagement councils, and I'll just stop on that one. And you see a community of practice we are participating in. And then finally, just another plug for the collaboration across offices, and you've heard special education mentioned in almost every single goal. That's getting at meeting the needs of every student, our targeted subgroups, and here's an example of how we've worked together to make sure that it's lifted out in our annual determination reports from the Office of Special Education in terms of our gaps. Finally, here, you've seen these when Dr. Vanderford and her team shared them in the early fall, but 90% of D and F districts in 2019 improved their letter grade. 90%. That's incredible. As you look at the schools, 77% improved a letter grade across 3 years. The next slide, our districts are improving. You see there the progress of our districts of transformation, our Achievement School District that was just getting started maybe 2 months when the pandemic hit. And then we know what happened there with the disruptions and the virtual school transition and so forth. We haven't seen the gains yet, but stay tuned. Next year will be very exciting this time, I have no doubt. And then finally, 87% of our districts improving. See there, 81% of our schools improving. I've mentioned resources several times, so Jean, I'll let you click through these really quickly. Here are just a few of our resources that we have developed in 1 year, so I want you to think about that, 1 year, and that others are asking for access to. And we share these resources with other states. If they want to use them, they can take them and personalize them for their own districts. You see everything from literacy to mentoring to computer science, early childhood, instructional minutes. You can continue, Jean. Just a quick snapshot. Our high-quality instructional material website. I think the 113,000 page views say that it's a hot item. Our website, look at that number there, 7.5 million views. It's very popular in archives, and again, national partnerships, state partnerships on our next slide. Communication activities, our communications team is incredible. I think you know that. I hope you know that. With the press releases, the awards that they receive for their good work, but they're telling our story. And that's really what this past, I don't know how many minutes I spent. I talked pretty fast, but probably 30 minutes or so. that's what this is about. It's telling our story, the Mississippi story, to advance the strategic goals of the state board, to continue to lead the way. Go ahead, Jean. And that, while that concludes our report, I hope you can see that regardless of what challenge comes our way, if it's moving out of your office space, if it's a transition in personnel, whatever it is, that the MDE team, working alongside our schools and districts, have stayed committed to the strategic plan to make sure that whatever inconvenience we have, that nobody sees it. We just keep swimming and paddling and making sure that the supports are given to districts. So that concludes my report, Ms. Altman.
Well, thank you. That is a very comprehensive and excellent report, and I think I can speak for the board in saying that we all take a lot of pride in what you've just reported on and the success that school districts are making, and we are very grateful for those people who are boots on the ground every day, who are making it happen, either in the classroom or in the administrative end of it. And we certainly know who's doing all the work, and we are grateful for the support that the department gives them. There remains a lot to be done, but we have come a million miles in the last few years, and that's exciting. Does the board have any questions or comments? Any board member have anything you want to say?
I do just want to say, great job for what you've done. The vision of the previous board to even set up a strategic plan and our carrying it forward is absolutely fantastic. So thanks for your work.
Anybody else? Okay. You can catch your breath now.
I am. I don't usually talk that fast.
Well, you did a great job in covering a lot of information in a short period of time. Our next item is an action item. This is approval to revise the 2022 Mississippi College and Career Readiness Standards. This has cleared the APA process. Ms. Clemens and Mr. Kent?
As they're coming up, Ms. Altman, I would like a moment, if you don't mind, just to thank Wendy Clemens, Tammy Cressetti, Mike Kent, Tanette Smith, Jean Cook, Shandaria Minor, Aaron Myers, and all the countless educators across the state who've been involved with this year-long, well, probably 18-month process of reviewing and revising our standards.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Benton, Ms. Altman, and the members of the State Board. We bring forth to you today for your approval the 2022 Mississippi College and Career Readiness Standards for the Social Studies. In September of 2022, we sought and received your approval to begin the APA process on the 2022 Social Studies Standards. During the public comment period, we received 135 emails with comments on the standards. Additionally, we received 12 requests for public hearing. As a result of those requests, them being 10 or more, we actually hosted a public hearing on November the 18th of 2022, and Mr. Mike Kent presided over that hearing.
And it went extremely well.
Better than the previous one.
Yes, ma'am. I want to commend Ms. Cressetti and her staff. We were, again, very well organized. And the speakers, the presenters, the people that had registered to speak, they were organized as well. They were very articulate, passionate as always, but articulate in their message. And our staff was very cordial in accepting that. And it really did. It was a model of a public hearing. It really could not have gone any better.
Specifically in that hearing, we had 9 constituents speak. They spoke specifically to the lack of content related to Americans with disabilities that were in our standards. And we addressed that. In fact, we addressed that in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, sixth grade. It was already addressed in U.S. history, and we also addressed it actually quite comprehensively in what we call minority studies, which was a request by the constituents who spoke that day on November the 18th. So the MDE, after the hearing, the MDE did convene the original Educator Review Committee members. We convened them on November the 28th and November the 30th. They looked at all comments received either by email or in the public hearing. The educators reviewed each comment, made revisions, or provided feedback on why the current standard should remain unchanged. All this information is provided, of course, in your backup. There's a 2-column handout in your backup, along with a clean copy of the standards and a red line version of the standards that we propose to you today. Additionally, I think we included every public comment, either received by email or received during the public hearing. Based on the public input, Educator Review Committee's work, we request final approval of the 2022 Mississippi College and Career Readiness Standards for the Social Studies. We will entertain any questions that you have at this time.
Any of the board have questions on this? You have all that information.
I don't know if you can hear me very well. I'm fine with this.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Hearing no questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion that, under the office of the Chief Academic Officer, that we approve item 2. Do we have that
Ms.
motion?
Altman, with a hearty thank you for a lot of good work and a lot of time by teachers, I approve this motion.
Okay, do we have a second to that? Second. All right, Dr. McGee, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you all for your work and
Thank
for your
you.
patience in getting through this process. Item 3 is an informational item that's update on our Community Engagement Council. This was formerly the P16 Community Engagement Council, and this has been revised, it's revised guidance for school and district improvements.
That's right. And Dr. Robertson has worked tirelessly on this, and I think she has, Ms. Patterson's here with her, one of her team members, so we're excited about hearing from them.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, that's fine, yeah.
Morning.
So I know what time it is, so I will move through this very quickly.
We're good. Take your
Thank you,
time.
thank you, Ms. Altman. So just thank you for the opportunity to present to you, the board, Dr. Benton, on some work that our team has been engaged in for the better part of a year around community engagement councils. And as Ms. Altman said, they were formerly called P16 Community Engagement Councils. And so again, I just want to run through a quick overview, giving you some information about the work that our team has done. And this work has really been shepherded by Ms. Patterson and Mr. Chris Norwood from my team. And we've just really worked collaboratively over the year to try to get something in place so that we could begin refocusing on this requirement for schools and districts. So as you know, the vision and the mission are our roadmap for carrying forward any efforts that we do as it relates to the work in the department, in particular the Office of School Improvement, but of course all other departments. We also know that our 6 goals drive this work as well as a part of that vision and mission and that overall roadmap. Our team really focuses in on goal 6. However, we are very, very strategic in emphasizing that goals 1 through 5 are goals that really are needed to be in place systemically and rooted in districts, in schools, to move to accomplish what we want with Goal 6. And we know that our schools are working toward that as well as our districts. So what is a community engagement council, especially for our new board members, those of you that might not be familiar with this process? The Community Engagement Council is a community-led group that's focused on supporting school improvement or district improvement. It includes a broad spectrum of representatives from across the community. The intent is for this council to be self-governing, meaning that it is not run by the district or by the school, but is run by the council itself once it's established. We also, as we began to think about the guidelines and the work that has taken place in districts and schools over the years, one of the pieces that we really wanted to emphasize with this guidance is really the collaborative nature that must exist as you're moving forward, or as they are moving forward in implementing the councils. One piece that we do find that we have to just iterate over and over again, or reiterate, is that the council is not a decision-making organization for a school or a district. It is there to provide input and feedback as it relates to the work that's happening to improve outcomes. So it does not have the same authority as a school board. So who must establish a council? A school or any district that's a D or F. So D or F districts are required to implement a council, and any school rated D or F must establish a council. We have several districts that have multiple schools that have a failing grade or that's rated D, and so those districts do have the option to implement a district-wide council as opposed to having an individual council for each school. That helps with reducing the burden that's placed on parents and community members who may have children in multiple schools that may have have to implement this requirement. So what's the rationale and the process for the revision? So the previous guidelines were put in place about 12 years ago when this requirement became law. Implementation, honestly, full disclosure, has varied over the course of these last 10 years. We've seen it where some districts have taken it and run with it, but then we've seen it where it gets bogged down or it gets to a place to where it's not moving forward in others. So we have seen varied implementation. One of the benefits of being able to work with one of our partners, the Region 7 Comprehensive Center, is that they were able to come in and help facilitate this process with us. And so they've worked with us to get to this place that we are now. Of course, with it being the Comprehensive Center, there was no cost to us to get the guidance to where we have it now. The guidance for this first year was really the focal priority. However, in the second year, as part 2 of the plan, we're working on resources that we can provide to districts and schools to help support them in this work. So the guidelines really, this go-around really are focused on aligning and strengthening the implementation and even monitoring practices for us as the agency that's responsible for monitoring implementation. We address key components of the process with greater clarity. I believe we've kind of been saying it in our road shows as the prior guidance was really focused around compliance. This is what you've got to do. But this guidance really gets into how districts and schools may move forward in being able to implement an effective council. And we really are excited about the way this has been presented this time around. It provides timelines and sample resources and templates, and some of those are still in production that we'll provide through our work with our second year of partnership. And then we also, this go around, we provide guidance around what compliance is and what's expected of schools and districts to demonstrate that they are implementing the requirement. And finally, this is one we're excited about. We're working on with Angela Rutherford from the grade level for Campaign for Grade Level Reading, is really providing a pathway where we are able to recognize councils that are implementing well by looking at councils of promise or our councils of distinction. So again, our districts and schools are engaged in this work, and we really want to be able to recognize them in the work that they're doing to implement their community engagement councils, and that speak to their efforts to strengthen that partnership within their communities. So just to give you an idea of the process, so I said it's been about a year. So last January, we began with surveying the field around the work, and then we went into some focus groups where we had some interviews. Now, this was handled all by the Region 7 Center, Comprehensive Center. We really wanted to make sure that we were not interjected in the feedback that was coming from the field, so we actually worked through the Comprehensive Center to do this work for us. And then finally, once they came, or when they came back with the feedback, we began our planning and working through it. We actually had a secondary focus group instead of interviews with some of the individuals once we had a draft to kind of bring it before those individuals. And then finally, of course, we're here today. I'm thankful we're here today to be able to share with you that we have been working in this. We do have a completed set of guidance. We've actually had some road shows this month to share with the field, and we actually had really good attendance at those sessions as well, and really good engagements at those sessions. So that concludes what I wanted to share with you today, but I feel like we're in a really good place with a really sound set of guidance that will help our schools and districts. And we're prepared after this first year of implementation, if it's necessary, to make revisions.
Any comments on this from the board, or any questions about her presentation? Thank you very much for all your work, and it's nice to get to this place in the process. It's, at the end of the year, you can feel like you've really wrapped it all up, so.
We thought it was fitting in December to put some bows
Yeah,
on things.
put some bows on things, that's right. Okay, item 4, we have 2 contracts, one with Reading and Language Arts Center, and the second one with Cybersoft Technologies. So Dr. Gavin, you can take both of those.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. As Mrs. Altman said, we do have 2 contracts that we're bringing forward to the board. The first one is Reading and Language Arts to provide professional development geared towards K-12 reading proficiency. And the second contract is a contract that was procured through ITS for our food distribution service, Cybersoft Technologies.
Okay. Do you have any questions about these?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Then I'll entertain a motion that we approve item 4, both A and B.
So moved, Mary Warner.
Okay, Ms. Werner, and then Mr. Miller will get the second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, item 5 is approval of new districts and schools of innovation. Ms. Clemens?
As she's setting up those slides, Dr. Lee Johnson is in the back, and she's worked, we've heard Districts of Innovation several times, and she's worked a long time and a lot of hours to bring this item forward, so we're excited about it. Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, like Dr. Benton mentioned, the Office of Professional Development, which is led by Dr. Lee Johnson, brings forth for your approval a new district and school of innovation. Legislation was passed in 2015 allowing school districts and schools within a district to apply for District of Innovation or School of Innovation status. These designations give school districts or individual schools an opportunity to develop and implement new or creative alternatives to existing instructional and administrative practices intended to improve student outcomes. The mission of the districts and schools of innovation is to better prepare students for success in life and working by allowing districts flexibility in structure and implementation for the students' requisite success. This is certainly in line with our state board vision and mission. The innovations proposed up to this time since 2015 by districts and schools of innovation are applicable to each of the 6 strategic goals of the state board, as seen here. As indicated on the map that you see, we currently have 10 districts of innovation, 4 of which have submitted and been approved for a 5-year renewal. We have 5 early college high schools. We have 10 middle college high schools, and we have 3 schools of innovation. So we are requesting that the board approve plans for Vicksburg Warren School District to become a district of innovation, and for the Jackson Public School District Middle College to become a school of innovation.
May I explain to me what a middle college is?
Ms. Warner, a middle college program is designed, students who are in a middle college program, they typically take most of their Carnegie Unit credit courses their 9th and 10th grade year, allowing them to then spend their junior and senior year taking post-secondary courses. And if completely successful, they could possibly graduate with an associate's degree or its equivalent when they graduate high school.
Oh, that's impressive. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Now, where are they taking these courses, and who are the instructors? Is it the school district themselves, or is it partnership with another college?
It's typically in a early college experience or middle college experience. It's typically a partnership with a post-secondary institution, and they are providing instructors.
Maybe I missed it, but I did not see the partnership on Jackson's middle college.
They didn't, well, I'll just say it's Jackson State University. Yeah.
Well, it fit.
Yeah.
I didn't see it, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask.
Well, and let me just say, Jackson Public School currently has an early college high school, and they partner with Tougaloo, and they've had that for several years. Yeah. You're welcome. Okay, let me tell y'all just a little bit about these applications real quick, and then I will be done. The Jackson Public School District Middle College is to create a grow your own pipeline of mathematics teachers for the Jackson Public School District by providing a collegiate experience to enhance content knowledge and develop highly effective pedagogy. So JPS and its IHL partner will provide an opportunity for an increased number of college credits for students in groups that are typically underrepresented in college who have an aptitude in mathematics in order to cultivate a cadre of high-quality mathematics teachers for the district. Upon acceptance to the middle college, students will receive a contingent contract for employment with the Jackson Public School District upon meeting all teacher licensure requirements within 4 years. Some of the district's goals are to increase the composite ACT score of this middle college cohort to 21 and to decrease the number of math vacancies in JPS by 38.1% by 2028. So that is the proposal for Jackson Public Schools Middle College program, which would be a school of innovation. The Vicksburg Warren School District's plan centers around equipping all students from pre-K through 12th grade for college, career, and life. The plan includes innovation to ensure students meet the growing workforce development needs in Vicksburg, Warren County, and South Central Mississippi through such programs as The Leader in Me, embedded career exploration throughout elementary and middle school, experiential learning opportunities, including job shadowing, internships, and capstone projects, and the implementation of the Innovative Academy model, which is designed on a 5x5 block that reflects student interest and post-secondary goals. Some of the district's goals are to increase the number of dual credit courses taken by 3% annually, improve an average senior composite ACT scores by 1.8%, increase the district's graduation rate from 88% to 90%, increase the number of signed business partners by 200% by 2027, and to create a pathway of accelerated learning pilot program in the upper elementary to develop the skills necessary to earn the distinguished academic endorsement upon graduation.
Okay, is that it? Any questions or anything? Ms. Werner, are you there?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, I was just going to tell you that, I don't know if you heard it early on, but Micah has been involved in middle college, and so next month.
Yes, I knew that.
Yeah, next month, she's going to we've asked her to give us a report on her experience in middle college and what she's done, so that'll shed a little more light on middle college too, we hope.
Great, thank you.
Do you all have any questions on these two schools that are being recommended? All right, if not, then under the Chief Academic Officer, I'll entertain a motion for item 5, that we approve these two schools.
So moved.
Dr. Elam, okay. Is there a second? Mr. Jacobs? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Ms. Clemens, we appreciate the work you've done on that.
Good job.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You going to introduce your thing?
Okay, we're on item 6.
Good morning. I'm not accustomed to being at this place on the agenda. It really puts the pressure on me to be brief at this point.
There was a reason for that.
But
really,
speaking of,
I didn't have anything to
I
do
promise,
with
Ms.
that.
Altman, I promise. But speaking of your million miles that you referenced a while ago, in the number of years, I would like to briefly take the board back to 2016 to a time that only Dr. Elam and Ms. Altman will recall. But I don't want to relive it. I just want to talk about it for just a second. We were displaced at the time at the board meeting in Clinton, and I had a new position and had been in the position for about 5 days. And my new assignment included the office that's been rebranded as Teaching and Leading. I felt like leaving. But Dr. Elam had a list of questions. I think that she'd taken about a week to prepare. I really wanted to excuse myself from the table, but it was that board meeting that I realized that there was a lot of work and there was a charge around Goal 4 and the amount of work that needed to take place to advance the outcomes of Goal 4. And I want to thank Dr. Elam at this time for her unwavering support and advocacy for the work in the Office of Teaching and Leading, from everything from positions to policy, because we have a great leadership team in Drs. Murphy, Burson, Van Cleve, Ms. Lipsy, and countless other staff when she helped advocate for the positions. So I'll be brief in this 152-page report summary that we have before you today with item 6. But as you know, law does require that the State Board of Education promulgate rules and regulations or standards for the educator preparation programs that we refer to as EPPs. And we do that through acting through the Licensure Commission and the recommendations that they advance and that we present to the State Board. And law also requires that these education preparation programs produce an annual report that's presented to the State Board of Education as well as the IHL Board of Trustees on an annual basis. And if you've had the opportunity to review this lengthy report, you can imagine how difficult it is to gather and summarize this data with the current data systems that we have that do not speak the same language and connect with one another. So we're really looking forward to our MSIS 2.0 and MECA and the challenges that will be relieved from those new systems in analyzing and producing this data for you. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Burson, who will also be brief.
Yes, I have been put on notice, so as I'd like to say, good morning, Madam Chair.
Take as
Dr.
much time as you need.
Benton. I will say good morning and thank you for this opportunity to share, and hopefully when I close this, I can still say good morning. So I am monitoring the time. And as we've already shared, the vision and mission of the agency will glaze right over this slide, but I would be remiss if I did not stop to speak to this slide, because I've taken the liberty here to put that star on goal 4, because we know that effective teachers and leaders undergird the work that we do, and it will take effective teachers and leaders to see our goals come to fruition, and we know that we can do that. So moving right along here, as Dr. Vanderford just mentioned, this report is required through some authority legislatively. We have state statute in Mississippi Code 37-101-29 that outlines this performance report. We also have federal regulations within Title II reporting that we have to address annually. So there's a lot of really big reasons why we do this. Goal 4, of course, being the most important. In this report, you're going to see or have seen, and as Dr. Vanderford said, 140 some odd pages, teacher enrollment data, professional education faculty data, characteristics of those candidates who are receiving initial licensure, the percentage of program completers scoring at the proficiency level on some of the licensure exams. We look at satisfaction rates of our employers for the graduates completing programs, follow-up profiles of graduates in programs, and any other information that this state board should so desire. Moving on to our first trend line here from 2016 to 17. Thought you would find this of interest to look at our numbers. You'll see in this graph that we have traditional candidates outlined, alternate route candidates outlined, and Teach Mississippi Institute. For those of you who may not be aware, Teach Mississippi Institute is statutorily regulated in 3732. It's an alternate route for candidates. The legislature, and I don't know exactly the year in which this was put into place, but saw a need, I think, for an alternate certification program for candidates that do not finish a full Master's of Arts in Teaching, but opened up a pathway for folks to get into the licensure structure and to get a renewable 5-year license without a full master's degree. And so if you look at this trend line, you can see some major increases, and those are noted primarily between 1819 and 1920. You can see where we really jumped, and in 1920 to 21, and we know that these numbers of admitted candidates were greatly impacted because of this board's bold move to waive licensure testing. We know that we had a teacher shortage and still do have a teacher shortage, and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic could have been catastrophic for us had we not, you board, made this decision to waive those licensure testing, opening up the pipelines. On the next slide, you can see some demographic data. While the test waivers greatly impacted the number of candidates entering programs, the waiver's largest impact is seen in the diversity of those admitted to programs. And on 2018-19 that you see on the left, this is pre-COVID, 2021, during COVID, during the waivers, and you can see that our diverse candidates greatly increased during that time period. Let's look at the completer candidates. During this academic year, 2021, we completed 2,522 total completers. Of those, 1,267 were traditionally prepared. And by traditional preparation, we mean those that go into possibly a community college for 2 years, then the 4-year, or 4-year as a freshman, but they do graduate at the 4-year institution with a baccalaureate degree. Or we had 957 alternate route completers. Those are candidates who, we often say career changers. They have a baccalaureate degree in something other than education and decide they want to come back and teach school. And we have pathways for them to enter into the licensure structure. And then 298 of our completers were Teach Mississippi Institute completers. And Teach Mississippi Institute is offered at the University of Mississippi only through their College of Outreach. In legislation, it was outlined for 4 different universities, but at this time, only one is offering the program, primarily because our Masters of Arts in Teaching, if those candidates do complete the pre-teaching coursework, teach for a year, complete all requirements for the 3-year licensure, and then they are moved on to 5-year renewables. Our next is a graph showing our completer candidates over this period for trend line 2016 through 2021. We experienced a 57% increase in the number of candidates who completed a program, and of the 2,521 completers, the state reported 2,193 initial licenses were issued, which is approximately 87% of those who completed. And demographics on our completer candidates pre-COVID, and then again 2021. The next slide just highlights our top 5 licenses of those who completed. And then let's take a quick look at critical shortage areas. As mentioned, we had 2,521 total completers. Of that, 529 completed in a critical shortage area, which was about 21%. 9% of those were traditional preparation, 28% of those alternate route, and half of those were finished at Teach Mississippi Institute. And these are the critical subject shortage areas in which they completed. Another component of the statutory authority that we have in 37-101-29 is to look at the satisfaction of those who completed the program. These are student-teacher exit surveys. You can see that we surveyed 1,272. And of those, it's really nice to note down at the bottom, 93% were satisfied with their preparation. And 94% of those said that they would recommend their cooperating teacher to another student teacher. And that's important. If you're not sure what the cooperating teacher is, that's the teacher, the K-12 licensed teacher that serves as the mentor during the student teaching. And on the other side of that, we have the satisfaction of the cooperating teacher. 1,387 invitations were sent, 60% responded to the survey, and 90% of those indicated an overall satisfaction with their student teacher. So that's good. A couple of quick slides here to look at some advanced programs. This is leadership preparation. And you can see where our numbers are going here with leader preparation. And our final slide will be school counselor completers. And you note here that our numbers are really trending down. And this is, yeah, I saw that. I'm feeling the pain too. We're hearing a lot about mental health and where we are across the state and the needs of our children. However, fewer people are entering into school counseling programs. And we are on this. We are having conversations with our state director of counseling, as well as our university faculty, as well as the Division of Licensure, to think about things that we do in licensure and in preparation that could help the situation with preparation and encourage more to enter into programs. So with that, once this report is approved by this board, it will be found online, and there are 2 other years there. If you are so bored one day and would like to go back and catch up on some of your reading, you can find it online, and I hope, it's still morning. Thank you.
You did good.
I'm happy to entertain any questions, and I would be remiss if I didn't highlight staff, Dr. Deborah Stulik, who's instrumental in this report. Couldn't do it without her. So thank you.
You know, we went through a period of time many years ago when people entering counseling was really on the uptick. And so do we have any feedback or any information as to why we're on the downswing with those, or?
You know, I don't know that we have direct feedback as to why. I have some ideas as to why, some things that we might want to consider. The school counseling program is accredited by an entity called CACREP. And most of our universities that offer school counseling are accredited by CACREP. However, as a part of our process for program review and approval, as the state, we do not require CACREP accreditation, but our standards are based on their standards. And CACREP's program for initial licensure is 60 hours. And those counselors come out of that 60-hour program with a AA certificate, a master's. So that's why I said we're having some conversations internally to think about things that we can do, because CACREP only recognizes initial licensure, 60-hour program, and terminal degrees, the doctoral program. So we do want to work across agency, and Dr. Benton, I know you have something to say.
I know I'm about to bust. And the one other thing that I would say is caseloads. I see heads nodding on that. Just the number of students that they are required to serve in many schools is way beyond the recommended number. The recommended number is, I believe, 250. Correct me if I misspeak on that, Tammy or Wendy. 250, and we have counselors that have 4 times that. 3-4 times is the norm, so that's a deterrent.
And we know there is a shortage. So we will be working with our providers to, I have met with the university faculty who teach, and we are on board together to think of collaborative ways that we can solve this and ways in which we can support counseling in our state.
Well, I was just thinking, you know, with the balance of mental health and trying to address that issue.
Yes, ma'am.
And the lack of counselors, somehow we have to balance that out, so.
Yes, and
students will have
counselors
some-
are paid on the teacher pay scale too, although we don't control that, but there's one pay scale, teacher or administrator.
But it's a great opportunity, and I think the data tell us that this is an area that we need to have as a priority moving into the next year.
Right.
So, it's good.
I thank you for the opportunity to share this.
Yeah. Anybody have any questions on this? Okay, thank you for your work, and we will entertain a motion now to approve the preparation, teacher preparation performance plan report.
So moved.
Second. Second. Did somebody, Dr. Elam? Okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, now we'll move into the consent agenda. Do you have any item on the consent agenda you particularly have a question about, or you want to discuss before we approve the consent agenda? All right, hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve items A through K on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of the consent agenda, items A through K, say aye. Aye. All right, any opposed? Okay. We do need an executive session. It is lunchtime, and our executive session could last a while. So would the board like to break for lunch now and come back in, say, 45 minutes?
So moved.
Okay. All right, we'll break and have lunch, and it's about 12, it is 12 o'clock. So let's come back about 12:45, and we'll finish up.
Okay.
reconvene our meeting, please. Dr. Barrett is on, and so is Ms. Werner. The next item on our agenda is that we entertain a consideration of an executive session.
I move that the board consider making a close determination for the need to go into executive session.
Okay, we have a second to that?
Second.
Is our live stream off? A vote? Oh, we need to vote, sorry. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Now,
The board has voted unanimously to go into executive session in accordance with Mississippi Code annotated section 254174A and K to discuss discrete personnel matters related to certain positions within and for the Department of Education. Additionally, in accordance with Mississippi Code annotated section 254174D, for discussion of investigative proceedings by a public body regarding allegations of misconduct or violations of law, and in accordance with Mississippi Code annotated section 254174B, for discussion of strategy sessions or negotiations with respect to prospective litigation, or issuance of an appealable order.
In executive session, the board addressed one employee issue, and other than that, no other votes were taken during the, no other action was taken during the executive session. It was mostly, it was all informational other than that one personnel issue. Anybody attended any other meetings outside of a board meeting that you want to report on?
Oh,
Okay.
I think it was November 30th, a local media outlet in Hattiesburg held an education forum, and Dr. Williams with Hattiesburg Public School District, Dr. Dillon with Petal Public School District, and Dr. Hampton with Lamar County School District were the panelists. And there's actually like 50 people that showed up to this. Mayor Toby Barker moderated. And it was an excellent thing. It's something that I think they're going to continue in doing it quarterly, but they had set topics they discussed, but then they opened up the floor to questions, and they did a really good job of providing access. The other thing that was apparent is that those three superintendents do a lot of work together and talk a lot.
Yeah.
So I think that was very encouraging, both from the access that they gave and willing to answer questions, plus showing how they're all working together.
And this was open to the general public?
Yes,
Yeah.
it was held by, it's called the Pine Belt News. They set it up, and they got the mayor to moderate, but it was really good.
Yeah.
I think they plan on doing it, try to do it quarterly.
Good,
So.
good. Okay, we have two other items for action. The first one is to change the date of the March 2023 meeting from March 16th to March 9th. You'll get that update, but we do need a vote to change that meeting. That ends up usually being during spring break, and so we'll change it from the 16th to March the 9th. Do we have a motion to approve that?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Ms. Werner, second? Mr.
Yes.
Jacobs? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Then the next item is approval to move the location of the state board meeting from Central High School to the Madison County School District offices, their boardroom. This room is not available. So the meeting scheduled for January through March. So January, February, and March, we'll meet at the Madison County School District Boardroom. So we need a motion to make that change also. Do we have a motion for that? Mr. Jacobs, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Miller, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So the January board meeting will be held January the 19th, 2023 in Ridgeland at the Madison County School District Boardroom at 476 Highland Colony Parkway at 10 a.m. Well, we have come to the end of this meeting, and we will now hope that everyone has a Merry Christmas and a relaxing Christmas and a safe Christmas spent with your family and those you love. And I'll entertain a motion that we adjourn now.
So moved.
Everybody want to stay? We have a motion. Second, okay. All in favor? All right, thank you so much.